here's a thing that should comfort no one. The tidiest corpse is the most frightening kind. This one was laid out in the river reeds like an offering, hands folded, boots scrubbed clean, 3 coppers set under the tongue, by someone with terrible patience. Geralt walks into a quiet timber town to find out who keeps such careful accounts of the dead. The man he is looking for keeps them better than anyone alive. The dead man had been arranged with more care than he had likely shown anyone while alive. He lay on his back among the river reeds, coat buttoned to the throat, hands folded on his belly, boots scrubbed clean of mud. 3 copper coins rested beneath his tongue. Whoever had put them there had closed his mouth first, then reconsidered and opened it again, which suggested patience, strong fingers, or a taste for old customs badly remembered. Geralt crouched beside him, while the river worried at the bank. A fisherman named Prowl had found the corpse at dawn, and he stood 10 paces off now, with his cap crushed between both hands, 2 watchmen loitering behind him. One had eaten onions for breakfast. The other had tried to hide a flask beneath his coat and lacked the talent for either drinking or concealment. His name? Bryn Talvek, said Prowl, and the onion eater cleared his throat and added the rest of it. Master Talvek, 6 barges, lent coin, sat on the guild bench. When Geralt asked whether he'd had enemies, the watchman looked back toward the town as though expecting half of it to raise a hand and said, "Some." Prowl made a wet sound through his nose. Geralt glanced at him. "I fish," Prowl said. "I don't disagree with guildmen. Wise." The reeds had been flattened around the body, but there were no signs of struggle, no heel marks, no torn roots, no blood except 2 narrow stains beneath the collar. Geralt drew the cloth down with 1 finger. The wounds lay close together, neat as the work of a jeweler's punch, the flesh around them neither ripped nor bruised. Talvek had not fought unless his killer had given him no time to begin. He pressed 2 fingers to the dead man's jaw. The joints were loose, no stiffness in the neck. He lifted 1 eyelid, and a pale gray iris stared past him at the sky. "How long?" asked the flask hider. "Longer than you've been sober." "Less than a night." Prowl coughed into his fist, and the onion eater frowned, perhaps uncertain whether laughter was permitted near a member of the guild bench. Geralt leaned closer to the wounds. No carrion stink yet, no sour trace of poison. Beneath the damp wool and the river water and the faint sweetness of death, there was another scent altogether. Cedar shavings, bitter cloves, and something dry as old stone in a crypt that had never leaked. He straightened and asked whether the man had been robbed. The watchman exchanged a look. "Purse was on him," said the onion eater. "Rings, too." 3 coppers missing. The flask hider blinked. "The coins?" Geralt looked at him, and the watchman nodded solemnly, pleased to have solved something. Beyond the reeds, the town climbed a low slope in rows of narrow timber houses, slate roofs shining from the night's rain. A squat bell tower rose above the market, and farther east, a stone toll house straddled the river road where carts crossed by bridge. Barges sat moored along the quay, their masts making a thin black forest against the morning. Quiet town, Geralt thought. Quiet towns usually needed more watching. He searched the corpse's sleeves, belt, and boots. Talvek carried a key ring, a bone-handled knife, and a folded scrap of parchment sealed with wax. The seal cracked in the damp. Geralt opened it. 3 names had been written there in a clerk's narrow hand. Vela Orst, Marn Letter, Hobtarn, beside each name a mark, a small black circle carefully drawn. "What's that?" Prawl asked. Geralt folded the parchment and slipped it into his glove, saying it was a reason to speak with the dead man's bookkeeper, and when Prowl told him there were 3 of them, he said he'd be busy. The onion eater stepped forward. "The mayor says it's the river fiend." "Does he?" "Took a tanner last winter. A customs man before that. Both drained white." "Were their boots clean?" The watchman thought about it and said no. "Then perhaps the fiend has improved its manners." He rose and walked toward the river, where a thin mist lay over the water and parted around the moored skiffs. The bank held prints from the fishermen, the watch and half the town by now, but beneath them, under the arch of a willow root, Geralt found one mark untouched. The impression resembled the toe of a narrow shoe, pressed scarcely a finger's depth into the wet soil. Talvek had weighed more than 200 pounds, and whoever had carried him from the road to the reeds had left almost nothing behind. Geralt rubbed the mud between thumb and forefinger. Fine grains of white dust clung to his skin. Plaster. He looked across the river. A row of houses stood opposite the quay, their rear walls built directly over the water on old stone foundations. One was newly repaired, the pale plaster bright beneath the eaves. Another leaned so far over the current that its upper windows looked eager to drown. The toll house was faced in the same pale lime. Talvek had last been seen at the Swan and Sickle, Prowl said, near midnight. Alone. When Geralt observed that this had not been the question, the fisherman twisted his cap harder and admitted he had drunk with Master Vey, and the 2 watchmen became suddenly interested in the reeds. Geralt turned. "Who is Master Vey?" "Town recorder," said the onion eater after a pause. "Keeps toll accounts, guild dues, property rolls, writes wills, reads contracts for folk who can't." "Friend of Talvek?" "No," said Prowl, and the answer came too quickly. Geralt waited. Prowl lowered his voice. "Master Vey has no friends. He has appointments." The flask hider grinned, then stopped when nobody joined him. "What sort of man?" "Civil," said Prowl, and the word landed badly. Geralt looked once more at the corpse with its cleaned boots and folded hands. "Of course he is." The Swan and Sickle stood beside the market fountain, narrow-fronted and deep, with smoke-black beams and a painted bird whose neck had faded into the shape of a hook. By mid-morning, half the tables were taken by men who had come to discuss Talvek's death in low voices loud enough to reach the door. They fell silent when Geralt entered. The innkeeper wiped his hands on an apron and tried to look pleased by the arrival of a witcher. He managed something closer to wind. "Master Geralt, you know me. Mayor said you'd taken the contract." "The mayor says many things." A few eyes dropped toward the cups. Geralt set Talvek's key ring on the counter and said the man had drunk here last night. The innkeeper stared at the keys, though they were unlikely to answer for him, and allowed that it had been 2 cups of red, spiced, the best he had. With Vey. Master Odrin Vey, yes. What did they discuss? I don't listen. Geralt glanced at the room. Every patron looked away with the practiced speed of men who listened professionally. He asked again. The innkeeper rubbed at a stain that had survived years of determined attention. Talvek was angry. Master Vey wasn't. That made Talvek angrier. About? Old toll books, missing fees, a barge lost 6 years ago. I heard a woman's name. He said it was Vela. Geralt took out the damp parchment and unfolded it on the counter. The innkeeper's face changed when he saw the 3 names, and his hand stopped moving over the stain.
You know them? I know names. So does a gravekeeper. The man swallowed. Vela Orst was a washerwoman, fell from Talvek's west barge in spring flood 7 years past. Marn Leder worked Talvek's warehouses, crushed by a grain hoist. Hobtarn was a porter, drowned under the quay after a night drinking. All accidents? The innkeeper stared at the parchment. All judged accidents? By whom? Talvek sat on the guild bench. The door opened behind Geralt and cold air slipped across the floor, though the day outside had grown mild. The patrons did not fall silent this time. They had never begun speaking again. A man came in, wearing a dark brown coat, fastened with plain horn toggles. He was neither tall nor broad, yet the doorway seemed clear for him before he reached it. His hair was iron gray, combed close to the skull, and his face had the smooth, spare look of a carving worn down by many hands. He carried no sword. Rain had left no mark on his shoulders. The innkeeper bent his head. Master Vey. Odrin Vey removed his gloves 1 finger at a time, his hands pale and clean, the nails trimmed short. Good morning, Tasser, he said. I came for the quarterly key tallies. His voice was quiet enough that the room had to lean toward it. The innkeeper gestured weakly toward Geralt. Master Vey, this is Geralt of Rivia, Vey said. His eyes settled on the Witcher's face, then moved to the silver sword over his shoulder, and lingered there with the mild interest of a scholar recognizing an old edition. Geralt studied him in return. No pulse showed at the throat, no breath stirred the loose white hairs beside his collar, and a fly landed on the back of his hand, paused there a moment, and went about its business. Vey glanced at the parchment on the counter and said, Bren kept it. Told that he had given it to the man, he agreed that he had, and when Geralt observed that Talvek had died shortly afterward, Vey said only that so he had heard. He did not look troubled, and when this was put to him, he explained, in the tone of a man discussing weather, that he had disliked the dead man, that grief would therefore be dishonest, and that dishonesty before noon encouraged poor habits. Someone near the hearth choked on his drink. Geralt folded the parchment and said that Vey had been the last man seen with him. Likely Vey agreed. Asked whether that concerned him, he said everything concerned him, and very little alarmed him. The words were politely spoken, but under them sat the stillness Geralt had felt once in a snow-bound crypt. In the moment before the lid of a stone coffin moved, he rested one hand against the counter, not near his sword. Near enough. The list, he asked. Vey turned his gloves over, aligning the fingers with small, precise tugs, and said it was 3 dead people. Geralt had noticed that much. Talvek, Vey added, had hoped no one else would. Behind them, the innkeeper began gathering cups from a table that did not need gathering. Geralt watched Vey's eyes, gray as river ice, and found no shine of hunger in them, no strain, nothing offered freely. He asked whether Vey had accused the man, and Vey said he had asked him to explain certain entries in toll records from 7 years back. The dead listed as having left town 2 days after their deaths, each of them continuing to pay key fees for a month. Remarkably diligent corpses. And had he confessed? He had laughed. And what, Geralt asked, had Vey done then? Vey lifted his gaze. I finished my wine. The room went quiet enough for him. Then, Geralt said, then Bren had left by the front door, Vey told him, and he himself had stayed long enough to receive the key tallies Tassar had promised him. The innkeeper nodded too eagerly and said that was so, that the man had been there after Talvek went. Half an hour, perhaps more. He could have left another way, Geralt said, and Vey's mouth moved by the width of a knife edge. Anyone can leave another way, Witcher. That is why doors are such optimistic things. A cart rattled past outside, and the horse shied as it crossed the inn's shadow, iron shoes striking sparks off the stone. Vey pulled on his gloves and observed that Geralt had further questions. Several, Geralt said. He was told to ask them at the house that evening, the second bell after sunset, and when he wanted to know why not now, Vey said that he was working now. So am I, Geralt said. Vey allowed that this was so, looked once more toward the silver sword, and remarked that the Witcher's trade was often less particular about hours. He inclined his head to the innkeeper and turned for the door. Geralt spoke before he reached it. Master Vey, Talvek's boots were cleaned. There was a small pause, and then Vey looked back over one shoulder and said that Bren had despised mud, and that it was pleasant to learn death had cured him of one irritation. He stepped out into the market, and no one moved until the door had shut behind him. Outside, the onion seller began shouting prices again, too loudly and without conviction. Geralt collected the keys from the counter. The innkeeper wet his lips and asked whether that was the thing he had come to kill. Maybe, Geralt said. Could he? Geralt looked through the window where Odrin Vey was crossing the market at an even pace while people made room for him. Without appearing to notice they had done it, he did not glance back. He had no need. Perhaps, Geralt said, and the innkeeper waited while he slipped the dead man's list into his coat. First, I'll see whether he serves wine. Odrin Vey's house stood over the river on 6 black piles, a narrow stair climbing to it from the quay, and a door painted the color of old wine. At the second bell after sunset, lamplight showed behind 2 upper windows, while the lower floor stayed dark, though Geralt could hear paper shifting inside and the faint scratch of a pen moving with irritating patience. He climbed the stair without haste. 3 steps from the door he smelled cedar again, and cloves under it, dried and bitter, worked into the woodwork to discourage moths. Beneath both lay the colder scent he had found on Talvek's collar, so faint a man might have taken it for damp stone. Geralt knocked twice. The pen stopped. Vey called for him to enter, and the door proved unlocked. A short passage led him into a room, lined floor to ceiling with ledgers. They filled the dark shelves, lay in ordered stacks on the tables, and occupied 2 locked cabinets whose iron hinges had been polished until they shone. A fire burned low in a tiled stove, and near it stood a small round table set for 2, with red wine, dark bread, cheese, and a dish of salted river fish. Vey sat at a writing desk beneath the window. He had changed his coat for a black one, plain but for a silver pin at the throat, shaped like a closed eye, and he sanded the page in front of him, waited, then tipped the loose grains back into a small box. He remarked that Geralt was punctual, and Geralt said that Vey had been too. I have had longer to practice. Geralt shut the door behind him. Vey gestured toward the table and said Geralt had asked whether he served wine. Geralt said he had asked the innkeeper. Walls, Vey observed, were poor keepers of conversation, and timber walls worse. Geralt pulled off his gloves, but kept the swords on his back, taking the room in as he did. 2 narrow windows, one door behind Vey that likely gave onto the rear chambers, another opening on a flight of stairs that went down below the quay, floorboards new near the stove and old everywhere else. He sat. Vey joined him and poured wine into both cups, filling Geralt's first and then his own, though he had taken no drink at the inn and showed no sign of beginning here. Geralt lifted the cup and smelled it, and Vey asked whether he suspected poison. Cheap resin, Geralt said. A disappointing vintage, Vey agreed. Tassar considered labels a form of evidence against merchants. Geralt drank. The wine was sour enough to defend itself. Vey folded his hands and said that Geralt had searched Bren Talvek's warehouse that afternoon. Word traveled quickly, Geralt said. The man was dead, Vey pointed out, and his clerks had become generous with information. Geralt told him about the blood beneath the floorboards, and when Vey asked whose, said it was Vela Orst's. If the teeth wrapped in her apron had belonged to her. Vey's face did not change. The lamp flame behind him bent once in the draught, and he asked about the others. Marnletter's boots, Geralt said, buried in the grain cellar. Hobtarn's belt buckle under the east jetty. Then Bren had been careless, Vey said. Careless men lasted longer when they owned the bench that judged them, Geralt answered, and Vey allowed that this was quite so. Geralt set down the cup. You knew where to point me. He knew where records pointed, Vey said. He had also known the man was guilty. He had suspected. He had marked 3 names. Vey glanced at the table and asked whether Geralt had a dislike of circles, and Geralt said it depended what they closed around. The vampire looked at him a moment longer, then reached into his coat, produced a small iron key, and set it down beside the bread. Cabinet by the eastern wall, he said. Geralt did not touch it and asked what was inside. An account, Vey told him, of every death attributed to the river fiend. That sounded useful. It was tiresome, Vey said. Usefulness often was. Geralt stood, crossed the room, and unlocked the cabinet. 7 slim books lay inside, bound in gray leather, each with a year on the spine. He took the earliest and opened it on the nearest desk. Names filled the pages in Vey's narrow hand, followed by dates, occupations, places of death, and brief notes, some entries carrying a black circle, others a straight line beneath them, 3 bearing neither mark. Vela Orst, Marnletter, Hobtarn, all circled. Farther back he found customs man Cern Volek, discovered pale beneath the south bridge the previous winter, and beside the name Vey had written, accepted 12 crowns to turn back a refugee boat during the frost. 6 drowned. Another circled entry named a tanner who had locked 2 apprentices in a curing shed during a fire. Geralt turned a page and said that Vey kept records of murder. He kept records of many things, and then chose which murderers died. Vey's eyes did not leave him. You came here with that conclusion already sharpened? Thought he'd see whether it cut, Geralt said. And, still testing the edge, he carried the ledger back to the table and opened it between them, at the 3 unmarked names near the bottom of a page, and asked why these. Uncertain, Vey said. Had he killed them? No, the town believed he had. The town, Vey said, believed mildew came from offended saints and the twins shared dreams. Its confidence exceeded its discipline. Geralt tapped 1 name. Lessa Kern, found drained beside a dye vat. She'd been bitten, Vey said, by a fletter kept beneath a warehouse by men who wagered on dogs against it, and they had lost control of both. Geralt asked whether he had killed the fletter. Yes. And the men? No. Why not? They had not killed before. The tone stayed dry, almost bored, but Geralt heard something harder underneath it. A rule fitted over appetite,
the way a lid sits over boiling water. So he had waited, Geralt said. He had observed. For what? For repetition. The river knocked softly against the piles below, and somewhere beneath the house wood creaked under the current. Geralt leaned back. State the rule. Vay's eyes went to his untouched wine, and he answered as though reciting a clause from a contract he had drafted himself. He took only those who had deliberately killed and escaped judgment. Judgment by whom? Geralt asked, and got a single word: evidence, which was no answer at all, and Geralt said so. Vay's fingers rested lightly beside the cup. No, it was merely the better answer. Geralt watched him. Age showed nowhere in the face, yet it sat in the room around him in the careful way he used silence in the absence of small movements. Men shifted, blinked, scratched, drank, and filled empty air, because a pause made them fear what others might be thinking. Vay waited as stone waited under a river. How many? Geralt asked. In this town? Everywhere. The vampire's eyes narrowed by the smallest measure, and he observed that it was a discourteous question. Geralt reminded him that he had invited a witcher carrying silver, and Vay allowed that he had hoped for discourtesy of a more professional kind. Geralt asked again. The vampire lifted his cup, touched it to his lower lip, and set it down without drinking. Enough to have become selective. Geralt let the answer lie. Outside footsteps crossed the quay, and a pair of voices passed beneath the window, laughing over some private joke. Vay's gaze moved toward the sound, before Geralt heard the second man cough. Fast hearing, faster attention. Geralt broke a piece of bread. Why Talvek? Talvek had come to him 2 weeks ago, Vay said. Not for accounts, but for reassurance, since someone had found Vela's apron beneath his warehouse floor, and he wished to know whether an old toll record might be altered. Geralt said he had refused. Vay corrected him. He had quoted a price. Geralt looked up, and the vampire gave the faintest smile. One truth told publicly. Talvek, it transpired, had preferred coin, so Vay had given him the list to remind him how many dead required correcting, and followed him from the inn. No, Geralt took a small leather packet from inside his coat and placed it on the table, and Vay looked at it without touching it. Open it, Geralt said. The vampire did not move, only asked whether this was another test, and when Geralt said yes, he remarked on how industrious that was, and unfolded the packet. Inside lay plaster dust, scraped from the footprint beneath the willow root. For the first time, stillness left his face. It was not surprise. Surprise widened the eyes and loosened the mouth. This was calculation, swift enough that a man might have missed it. Geralt did not. The lime on your toll house, he said. Freshly repaired. Same grain. Vay supervised the building, he said. He walked there daily. Geralt told him he had carried Talvek to the reeds, and the vampire brushed one finger through the dust and said no, he had stood at the bank before dawn to see whether Bren was dead. Geralt's hand rested beside the bread knife. The silver sword remained over his shoulder, awkward to draw in the chair and useless if the first blow came too quickly. He had chosen the seat deliberately, and Vay had noticed, because of course he had. You knew where to find him, Geralt said. There had been a note, unsigned. Convenient, Geralt said. Convenience usually lacks such poor handwriting. Vay rose. The movement was slow, and every instinct in Geralt tightened anyway. The vampire crossed to his desk, opened a drawer,
removed a folded page, and returned to lay it beside the plaster dust. One line of it, no more. The ledger closes where reeds drink the east current. Geralt smelled the parchment, lamp oil, fish brine, cheap black ink, a faint trace of flour. It had arrived an hour before dawn, pushed beneath the door. Vey had seen no one, but he had heard a man descend the stair. He had not followed, expecting bait, and had gone anyway because curiosity was an old defect. Geralt read the line again. Talvik had still been warm when Vey found him, and Vey had touched the body, closed his coat, cleaned his boots. At that last, the vampire's mouth tightened. They had been befouled with blood and river mud. "So you tidied him?" Geralt said. "I dislike disorder." The 3 coins had already been present. Geralt folded the note, and the vampire watched him do it. "You believe me?" "I believe someone wanted your footprint beside the corpse." A modest improvement, Vey said, and Geralt told him it did not make him innocent. No, it makes the game crowded. The fire in the stove settled with a soft crack, and from beneath the floor came a scrape. Geralt's eyes moved toward the stair door. Vey remained facing him. Another scrape sounded below, then the delicate click of metal against wood. Someone lifting the latch from the riverside. Geralt rose without touching his swords. Vey turned his head slightly, listening through the boards, and when Geralt asked how many, he said, 3. "You can hear that?" "I can hear 1, attempting not to breathe." The door at the bottom of the stairs opened, and boots climbed. Vey stepped away from the table and adjusted one cuff, as though preparing to receive callers at an inconvenient hour. Geralt took the bread knife. The first man came through the upper door with a crossbow leveled at Vey's chest, a scarf across his face, 2 more crowding behind him, one with a hooked pole, one holding a clay jar with a rag bound around its neck. The crossbowman fired. Vey vanished from beside the table. The bolt struck the cabinet and split a ledger's spine, and before the shooter could blink, Vey stood behind him with one hand around his throat. Geralt hurled the bread knife. It struck the clay jar. The vessel dropped and shattered on the threshold and spilled lamp oil across the steps, and the third man cursed and let go of the burning taper in his other hand. Geralt cast Ard. The taper flew backward through the open lower door and vanished into the river with a hiss, and the blast threw the man with the hooked pole against the wall. But Vey did not sway. He held the crossbowman upright, almost gently, and asked who had sent them. The man clawed at his wrist. Vey tightened his fingers. "Careful," Geralt said, and got, "I am being careful." The crossbowman's face darkened above the scarf. Geralt stepped close enough for Vey to see his hand shift toward the silver sword, and the gray eyes met his. For one breath, the room changed. Vey's lips drew back slightly, and behind them the teeth were too narrow, too many, made for work no civil clerk would ever record. The pupils thinned. A low sound moved in his chest, felt more through the floor than heard. Then he released the man, and the crossbowman fell, coughing among the broken clay. Vey straightened his cuff. "Ask him." Geralt knelt, tore the scarf away, and recognized one of Talvik's warehouse clerks, who stared past him at Vey and began to shake. "Who sent you?" Geralt asked. The clerk swallowed twice. "The Reeve?" Vey's expression did not change. "Why?" Geralt said, and it came out of the clerk in a rush. Said Master Vey. "Killed Talvik? Said there'd be 20 crowns if we burned the house and brought back ash from the desk?" "Which desk?" The clerk pointed, and and Geralt looked at the writing table beneath the window. Vey reached it first. He opened the lower drawer, then the upper, his movements still measured, though the air around him had gone sharp. One drawer was empty. "A copy of the toll records from 7 years ago," he said when Geralt asked. "Talvek's records and the Reeves' signatures, approving every false departure." The three men lay among oil, broken pottery and scattered pages, and Vey looked down at them with a hunger so quiet it was worse than rage. Geralt drew the silver sword. The blade whispered free. Vey raised his eyes and asked whether that was necessary, and Geralt said probably. He had not broken his rule, the vampire pointed out. "Your evening's young." For a moment neither moved. The river beat beneath the house, black water shouldering patiently toward the sea. Then Vey stepped back from the fallen clerk and offered 3 nights. Geralt kept the sword low. For what? Geralt would test his claims. He would make no correction without Geralt's knowledge. "Correction," Geralt repeated. Did he prefer killing? He preferred clear words. "No, Witcher. You prefer useful ones." Geralt studied him. The bloodless face, the careful hands, the eyes still holding the shape of something older than the town's oldest stone. 3 nights, he said. No bodies. Vey glanced at the warehouse clerk and observed that he would require encouragement to remain in town. Use words, Geralt told him, and Vey asked how severe they might be. Geralt sheathed the silver sword and said to be civil, and Vey's smile returned, thin and cold. "I have been accused of little else." The Reeve kept his records in a stone room behind the market hall, where the windows were barred against thieves, and the door was thick enough to suggest he expected better ones. Geralt arrived before sunrise. A clerk with ink on both sleeves sat outside on a 3-legged stool, asleep over a tray of seals. Geralt stepped past him, tried the latch, and found it locked. The keyhole smelled faintly of fresh oil. Someone had tended it recently, which was more care than most town officials gave anything that did not collect taxes. He knocked. No answer came, so he knocked again, and the clerk woke with a start, nearly swallowed his tongue, and stood so fast the stool went over behind him. "Office opens at first bell," he said, and Geralt told him the door should practice. The Reeve wasn't here. Geralt looked at him. The young man shifted his weight and allowed that he may be here, which Geralt called a useful distinction, and then it came out in a rush that the Reeve slept in the upper rooms when the accounts ran late, which they often did, and had they last night, and the clerk looked at the door and then out toward the empty market and said nothing at all. Geralt rested 2 fingers against the latch. "You can wake him, or I can. Mine usually costs more." The clerk found a key beneath his collar and fumbled it into the lock. The room beyond smelled of lamp smoke, wet wool, and flour. Tall shelves cut it into narrow aisles, each one burdened with bundles of writs, tied in cord, gone pale with age, and the brazier had burned down to ash hours since. On the central table lay an overturned cup, 2 open ledgers, and a knife laid across 1 page to hold it flat. No Reeve. The clerk called softly toward the stairs for Master Peln, and nothing above him answered. Geralt came in and shut the door behind them. A thin dusting of flour lay over the floorboards, pale beneath the shelves, and 1 set of footprints crossed from the outer door to the table, while another came down the stair, stopped beside the ledgers, then went back halfway before turning toward the rear wall. There was no rear door.
He followed the tracks anyway, and they ended at a cabinet broad enough to conceal a man and ugly enough to have been bought with public coin. He pulled it aside. Behind it a narrow opening showed, cut through the plaster, into the storeroom next door. The clerk's mouth fell open, and when Geralt asked whether he had known, he said no, and Geralt told him he was underpaid. The clerk said he was paid well. Worse, Geralt said, and ducked through the hole. The storeroom belonged to a baker. Sacks of rye flour stood against one wall, and a low oven took up the other, and the rear shutter had been forced inward. The wood splintered white along the frame. A trail of flour ran across the yard toward an alley that opened onto the river road. Someone had left in haste and taken pains not to cross the market. Geralt went back to the records room. The clerk stood exactly where he had been left, as though moving might be entered against him later. When had he last seen the Reeve? Yesterday afternoon. Who came after? Master Talvek's steward, the clerk said, counting them off. 2 guild men, a woman from the dyer's row. Master Vey. Geralt stopped beside the table and asked when, near dusk. Why? He brought copies of old toll rolls. Did they argue? And the clerk rubbed his thumb against a black spot of ink on his sleeve and said the Reeve shouted. Vey? No, what did he do then? Waited. Geralt looked at the open ledgers. One was a property roll, the other held toll receipts from 7 years back, and several pages had been cut out close to the binding, the stubs still ragged. Something scraped overhead. The clerk raised his head, and Geralt drew the steel sword and told him to stay where he was, then climbed the stairs. The upper floor held a bedchamber, a washstand, and a small dining room with 1 chair in it. The curtains had been drawn across the windows. The scrape came again from behind the bed, and Geralt moved around it. A man lay bound beneath the frame, wrists tied back to his ankles, a gag knotted between his teeth. His face was swollen along one side, and dried blood marked the hair above his ear, and he wore the Reeve's seal ring. Geralt cut him free. Peln rolled onto his back and gasped through the cloth. Vey. And Geralt pulled it from his mouth. The Reeve sucked air, coughed, then pointed at the window, as though the vampire might still be hanging outside it, saying he came for me last night after dark. Did he bind you? Pelin blinked. Geralt crouched closer and told him to look carefully before he answered, and the Reeve's gaze went to the steel sword, and he said, No. Who did then? He didn't know. 2 men, faces covered. They wanted the records. Which records? Peln licked cracked lips and said old toll books, and when Geralt asked why, he didn't know that either. Geralt studied the bruising. The blow had come from the left, low to high, a wooden cudgel most likely. Peln's cuffs were dusted with flour. His boots were not. The man found under the bed had crawled through no baker's wall. Stand, Geralt said. He couldn't, he said, and Geralt told him to try. Pelin pushed himself upright. He was heavier than the clerk, and softer than the warehouse men, with the careful beard of someone who paid another man to trim it, and he swayed once, caught the bedpost, and looked offended by his own knees. Geralt lifted the hem of his nightshirt. Peln slapped at his hand, demanding to know what in hell. No scratches on the legs, no plaster dust on the skin. A man dragged through that hidden opening would have collected both. Geralt let the cloth fall and asked where the Reeve was. Peln stared at him. The real one, Geralt said. For 1 heartbeat, confusion held. Then the man under the bed moved. His right hand shot toward Geralt's throat, the fingers lengthening as they came, nails darkening into curved points, and Geralt caught the wrist with both hands and turned aside so the blow missed his neck and split the bedpost instead, wood cracking loud behind him. The creature twisted free with boneless speed, dropped to all fours and sprang for the window, and Geralt kicked the washstand into its path. The basin shattered under its chest. Water and broken pottery spread across the boards, robbing the thing of footing for a single instant, and Geralt used it and brought the steel pommel down behind its ear. The false Reeve hit the floor, rolled, and came up wearing a different face. The beard withdrew, the cheeks narrowed, and pale lips peeled back from small, crowded teeth. Not a higher vampire. A Katakan, lean and half-starved, eyes burning red in the shuttered room. It hissed. Geralt dropped the steel sword and drew silver. The Katakan lunged low. Geralt stepped across its line, caught the shoulder with the blade, and carved a white smoking wound along its back, and it screamed, struck the wall, and vanished. The room stood empty. Below, the clerk shouted up, asking after him, and Geralt told him to stay down. A breath brushed his left ear. He turned too late. The Katakan hit him between the shoulders and drove him into the table, silver ringing off the boards, claws raking down his coat until they found the mail beneath and shrieked over the links. Geralt threw his head backward. Bone met teeth, and the creature recoiled long enough for him to seize the curtain cord and yank. Morning broke into the room. Gray light flooded across the floor, and the Katakan shrank from it out of instinct rather than injury, which was enough. Geralt swept one leg from under it, caught up the fallen sword, and drove silver through the ribs, pinning it to the floor. The creature thrashed, its face changing with every movement. The Reeve, the warehouse clerk, a woman Geralt had seen selling apples, a child with no eyes, and the shapes came poorly, as though the memories had been chewed before they were swallowed. He leaned his weight onto the hilt and asked who sent it. The Katakan snapped at him. He twisted the blade, and black blood welled around the silver and steamed in the morning light. Who, he said again. The face became Peln's once more. Old one, it rasped. Ve, Geralt said, and the thing laughed in a thin, wet way and told him, Old one hunts old one. His grip tightened on the hilt. Name. Its chest shuddered. No name, no face, a voice behind cloth. Why take the Reeve? To open doors. Where was he then? And the Katakan's eyes slid toward the river, and when Geralt asked again it said mill. And then it convulsed. He pulled the sword free and struck once across the neck. The head rolled beneath the bed and stopped looking like anyone. Boots pounded on the stairs. The clerk appeared in the doorway with a poker held in both hands, saw the body, saw the faces still fading across it, and sat down hard on the top step. Was that Master Peln? No. The clerk looked relieved for half a breath, then rather less so. Geralt wiped the silver blade on the torn curtain and asked where the old flour mill was. North Bank, past the bridge, the clerk said. It was abandoned 3 years now. Who owned it? The clerk stared at him, and Geralt waited. Master Ve. The North Bank mill had lost half its roof and all of its wheel. Water pushed through the broken race beneath it, brown and cold, carrying reeds and foam, and one dead hen. Geralt came at it from the orchard rather than the road, the ground there soft enough to hold tracks and noisy enough with fallen apples to betray anyone following behind him. No one did. He found Ve on the upper gallery, standing beside a broken hoist and looking down through a gap in the floor. The dark coat was buttoned neatly. One glove had been taken off, and a line of blood marked the bare palm. Geralt climbed the stairs with the silver sword drawn. Ve did not turn. "You broke the truce," Geralt said. "I did not," Ve said. "There was a catachan in the Reeve's bed." "That sounds uncomfortable." Geralt kept climbing. "It said an old one sent it." Many things were old, Ve observed, and when Geralt told him the thing had led him here, the vampire allowed that it had possessed one useful quality after all. Geralt reached the gallery. "Where's Peln?" Ve pointed down. The Reeve hung beneath the hoist by a rope round his chest, hands bound, swinging above the mill race, and each time he swung, the water hit his boots. He looked up and shouted through the gag. He'd been like that on arrival, Ve said, and Geralt said of course he had. And Ve added that he'd cut the rope once, and a second line had tightened around the man's neck for his trouble. Geralt looked at the hoist. 2 ropes ran through the beams. One held Peln. The other vanished beneath the floor into a crude counterweight built from millstones, so that cutting the wrong line would drop the stones and pull a noose hidden under the Reeve's collar. "Who built it?" Geralt asked. "Someone who has watched hangings and learned the least admirable part." Geralt said he'd touched the rope, and Ve showed him the blood on his palm, where a thin silver wire had been wound through the hemp. The flesh round the cut had darkened, and it was smoking faintly still. Someone had expected him, Geralt said. So it appeared. Or wanted Geralt to think so. Ve faced him then. The courtesy remained, but it had sharpened. "You are becoming repetitive, Witcher. Stay alive long enough, and suspicions do that." Below them, Peln swung out over the water, making small, desperate sounds, while Geralt went over the beams, the knots, the counterweight, recent work, all of it. Flour dust marked the ropes, and one strand carried the same cheap lamp oil he'd smelled on the note pushed beneath Ve's door. "Hold the hoist," he said. Ve looked at him. Geralt told him he was stronger, and Ve said how flattering, and Geralt said, "Hold it." The vampire put one hand round the wooden axle. Geralt cut the rope supporting the millstones. They dropped half a foot. Ve stopped them. The whole gallery groaned, and dust came down out of the rafters, and his arm did not bend. Geralt crossed the beam, found the hidden line beneath Peln's collar, sliced it with the tip of the silver sword, then cut the main rope, and the Reeve dropped into the mill race. Ve released the axle. The millstones went through the lower floor, missing Geralt by an arm's length, filling the chamber with shattered boards. He jumped after Peln. The water struck like a club. Geralt caught the Reeve by the back of his nightshirt before the current could drag him under the broken wheel housing, kicked off the stone wall, found the bank, and hauled them both up into the reeds. Ve was already there, standing dry beside the water, looking down at them. Geralt spat river mud from his mouth. "Show off. I used the stairs." Peln tore the gag away and coughed until his face went purple. Geralt rolled him onto one side and asked who had taken him, and the Reeve said he'd never seen. And when Geralt asked what they'd wanted, it came out in pieces. The old toll rolls, Talvek's payments, Ve's ledgers. The vampire's gaze hardened at that. Geralt said, "What else?" Peln clutched at the weeds. They asked which names Ve had marked next. Under the broken mill, nobody spoke. Nobody. Ve looked toward the town where the roofs rose beyond the bridge in the pale morning, and Geralt said he kept another list, and Ve said yes. Asked who was on it, he did not answer at once. Then he put on his bloodied glove. 3 men, he said, all alive. Geralt wanted names. One was the Reeve.
Peln stopped coughing. Ve looked down at him with perfect civility, and when Geralt pressed for the others, he said not here, and Geralt reminded him their truce had included knowledge, and Ve said it had included bodies. Geralt rose, river water running out of his coat. Someone knows your rule. Someone knows your marks. They're setting the town between us. Yes. And you still want to keep names from me? Ve's eyes went back to the bridge. I want to learn which one they strike first. A bell started ringing in the market. Once, twice, then without rhythm. Smoke lifted beyond the rooftops and Geralt smelled burning pitch. Ve's face changed before the third peal. The toll house, he said, and he was gone before the word had finished crossing the air. Geralt ran for the bridge. By the time he reached it, the toll house roof was burning, flames running beneath the eaves in thin yellow lines where pitch had been poured along the beams, smoke rolling over the river and flattening against the water. Men shouted from the quay and passed buckets hand to hand, though half the water struck the wall, and the other half struck whoever stood nearest. Geralt pushed through them, asking where Ve was, and a carter pointed at the toll house and said he'd gone inside. Of course he had. The front door hung open, and the heat coming through it was enough to tighten the skin on Geralt's face. He drew a sleeve across his mouth and went in beneath a beam, already charred black at one end. The ground floor held the weighing room and the toll counter, and the ledgers were burning along the shelves, pages lifting away in red-edged sheets before they collapsed into ash. Two clerks crouched beneath the counter, one praying, the other holding a brass cash box against his chest with the devotion of a saint guarding a relic. Out, Geralt said. The praying man looked up and started on the stairs, and Geralt told him to use the window, and the man said it was barred. Geralt caught the iron grill with both hands and set one boot against the wall. The mortar had gone soft in the heat. He wrenched once, felt the upper bracket shift, then drove Ard into the frame, and stone dust burst outward as the grill tore loose and dropped into the river. The clerks stared at the opening. Geralt pointed religious disputes later. They climbed through, the man with the cash box going first. Above, something heavy hit the floor. Geralt crossed to the stairs, found the first 3 steps burned through, took the railing, swung over the gap, and landed on the upper flight with sparks whirling around him. The second floor was darker, smoke gathering beneath the roof, hiding the rafters, turning the far end of the room into a red haze. Rows of cabinets stood open, their contents torn out and piled in the middle of the floor. Odrin Ve knelt beside the heap. His coat had burned away across one shoulder, and the skin beneath was gray and split, already drawing itself closed in thin, rippling seams. He held a ledger in one hand and a dead man by the throat in the other. The corpse wore a leather hood over its face, and a short sword lay nearby with its blade blackened by fire. Geralt came closer. You're meant to question them first? Ve said he had. Asked what came of it, he said the man had proved unhelpful. The dead man's neck bent at an angle no answer could improve. Geralt asked if it had been an accident, and Ve let the body go and called it a disagreement. Smoke shifted between them. Geralt crouched beside the papers. Toll rolls mostly. Warehouse permits, guild payments, all copied out in Ve's hand, and several pages torn from the middle of a narrow gray ledger. He asked about the marked names, and Ve said, gone, and when Geralt asked who knew where he kept them, the answer came flat. The Reeve,
2 former clerks, Bren Talvek. Talvek was dead, so he had mentioned. Geralt searched the corpse. No purse, no guild token. Beneath the hood, the man had a narrow face and old scars round both ears. The marks left by shackles fitted too tightly. A strip of blue cloth was tied round his wrist, and Geralt had seen the same cloth that morning wound round sacks in the baker's storeroom. "Flower porter," he said. Vey turned a page too quickly to be reading it. "Perhaps." Geralt said the man worked near the Reeves passage, and Vey said many men worked near walls, and Geralt said he knew him, and Vey said he had seen him. "Where?" Vey closed the ledger. A section of roof went in over the rear room, burning shingles crashing through the ceiling, sparks running across the floor, and the fire caught one corner of the paper heap. Geralt swept the loose records aside with his boot. "Where?" "The South Quay, 4 nights ago." Following him, Geralt looked at him. Vey's burned shoulder had healed. The coat had not. Geralt said he'd let the man do it, and Vey said for a time, and then he'd lost him. The answer sat badly. Geralt drew a small leather pouch from his belt and scattered pale powder over the nearest flame, and the chalk, salt, and powdered pearl smothered it under a sudden white crust. A higher vampire losing a porter, he said. Vey had been occupied. With what? Watching Geralt. Geralt gave him a flat look. Vey rose. "You searched Bren's warehouse after leaving the inn. You then spoke with his steward, his mistress, and a cooper who sold him false-bottomed casks. It was a useful afternoon." Geralt said he'd followed him. Discreetly, Vey said. He'd stood on a roof for an hour. The cooper was verbose. The rafters groaned. Geralt picked up the dead man's sword. The grip was warm, and a line of dried brown paste clung near the guard. He smelled it and said it was blood. Vey said it was his. Geralt said there was silver in it, and Vey allowed that there had been a small amount. The blade had been rubbed with a crude silver compound, enough to burn, not enough to kill. Whoever armed the attackers knew what Vey was, and understood the pain might slow him where steel would not. Geralt glanced toward the body and asked how many had come inside. 5, Vey told him, and when Geralt asked after the others, the answer came flat and precise. 1 fled through the roof, 2 went into the river, 1 remained behind the cabinets. A wet cough answered from the far wall, confirming the count. Geralt crossed the room and dragged a cabinet aside, wood shrieking over scorched boards. A young man lay curled behind it with both hands pressed over his belly, blood soaking through his tunic and pooling in the creases. He wore the same leather hood, though it had slipped above his mouth. His lips were pale. Vey watched from the smoke. Geralt knelt and asked who had sent him. The young man's eyes moved toward the vampire and widened, and Geralt said without turning that Vey could hear him breathe, and that whispering would not improve matters. The man swallowed and got out that they were not to kill him. Vey's head tilted. "Keep him upstairs," the man said, when asked what they were to do. "Burn the records." "Take the gray ledger," Geralt offered, and the man nodded once. A woman had given the order. She had never said her name. Veil, gray dress, spoke like she was from upriver. Vey stepped closer, and the wounded man began shaking. Geralt held up one hand, without looking back, and told him to stay there. "How touching," Vey said. Geralt asked how close he had been meant to stand while the man answered. "Closer," Vey said, and Geralt told him to practice restraint. And Vey stopped. Leaning toward the attacker, Geralt asked where she had met them. "The old bathhouse, after midnight. 20 crowns promised. More if Vey killed one of them. Geralt's eyes narrowed at that, and when he asked why, the man's teeth clicked together before he managed the word proof. Proof that he'd broken his rule. Across the room, Vey became very still. The young man saw it and tried to crawl backward through the wall, and Geralt caught his shoulder and asked who he was meant to accuse Vey of killing. No one, the man said. She said any of us would serve. A burning beam split overhead. Geralt looked up and said the conversation was ending, then hooked one arm beneath the wounded man and hauled him upright. The attacker cried out. Blood ran faster between his fingers, and Vey made no move to help. Geralt said window, and Vey said the roof passage was nearer, and Geralt said, for you. The vampire's gaze rested on the wounded man with open distaste while Geralt dragged him toward the stairs and called him evidence. He set fire to my house of records, Vey said. Then he's expensive evidence. The staircase collapsed before they reached it. Flame rose through the opening in a roaring sheet, and Geralt pulled back, shielding the wounded man with his body, while heat struck his mail and drove through it. Vey caught them both by the shoulders, and the room vanished. For an instant there was only crushing speed, smoke tearing at Geralt's eyes, and the hard grip of fingers that could have passed through bone. Then they stood on the outer gallery above the river, where the rail had already burned away. Below, townsfolk shouted. Vey released Geralt. The wounded man sagged between them. You might warn someone, Geralt said, and Vey answered that he would have objected, and Geralt said he had objected anyway, and Vey said then they had saved time. A section of gallery broke loose beneath Vey's foot, and he shifted lightly to the stone window ledge. Geralt looked down at the river running 15 feet below, crowded with floating cinders. Near the bank, men held a stretched canvas awning beneath the gallery and shouted for them to jump. The wounded attacker stared at the drop and said he couldn't. You can, Geralt said. I'll die. Possibly. The man looked less encouraged. Geralt tied a loop of curtain cord around his chest, secured the other end to a stone rain spout, and lowered him over the edge, and the crowd below guided him toward the awning. An arrow struck the wall beside Geralt's head. Stone chips cut his cheek. He turned. Across the river, a figure stood on the roof of a warehouse, half hidden behind a chimney. Gray dress, veil, short bow raised. Vey saw her. The vampire left the ledge with such speed that the gallery cracked beneath the force of it, crossed the roof line in a dark blur, touched the bridge arch once, and rose toward the warehouse. The veiled woman loosed again. The arrow carried a small glass bulb behind the head, and it shattered against Vey's chest, and white fire burst around him, silver dust and alchemical salt flaring in a harsh blue flash. Vey dropped from the air, struck the bridge parapet, and vanished below it. Geralt drew the crossbow from his back. The woman was already moving. He fired, and the bolt clipped her veil and buried itself in the chimney. And for a moment her face showed beneath the torn cloth. Pale brow, dark hair, a scar cutting from the left nostril to the corner of the mouth. Then she leapt through a roof hatch. Geralt swung over the gallery edge, descended the cord, hand over hand, and dropped the last 6 feet onto the quay. Pain ran through one ankle and departed when ignored. The wounded attacker lay beneath the awning, coughing. Geralt pointed at 2 watchmen and told them to keep him alive, and one of them stared toward the river and said, Master Vey had fallen. He'll object to that soon, Geralt said, and ran for the bridge stairs. He found Vey beneath the eastern arch, knee-deep in water, smoke rising from his clothes. The skin across his chest had blackened, where the silver mixture struck, though new flesh already moved beneath the damage, slow and angry. Geralt stopped at the water's edge and said she got away. Vey lifted his head. The civil clerk was gone from his face. His eyes had darkened until no gray remained. The jaw sat wrong, lengthened and tense, and narrow teeth pressed against lips, drawn bloodless with fury. River water flowed around him without a ripple until his hands closed. Stone cracked beneath his fingers. "You knew her," Geralt said, and the voice that came back was low and rough. "I know the scar." A name followed. "Sarah Venn."
"Former clerk," Geralt said. "Former physician," Vey corrected, and stepped from the river, each wound closing as he moved, though the silver burns left red seams across his chest. "To whom?" Geralt asked. "To me?" Geralt kept his hand near the silver sword and said she knew his ledgers, his rule, his habits. "She knew more," Vey said, 23 years ago. Vey looked toward the warehouse roof and said he had dismissed her, and when Geralt asked whether it was for poor penmanship, Vey said she had asked him to kill a man. "Guilty?" Geralt asked. "No." "Why did she want him dead?" "He was her husband." Geralt waited. Vey's mouth returned slowly to its human shape, though the teeth remained. "She believed he would kill her," he said. "She wanted judgment before the crime." "You refused?" "Yes." "And he killed her?" "No." That answer came colder than the river. "He found the letter she had written to me," Vey continued. "He cut her face and sold her to river raiders. She escaped 3 years later." "You knew she lived," Geralt said. "I learned today." Geralt looked back at the smoking toll house and said she wanted Vey to break the rule that had failed her. "She wants the town to watch me do it," Vey said. "And if you don't?" Vey's gaze moved toward the wounded man beneath the awning. "Then she will keep placing throats beneath my hand." The man saw him looking and tried to rise. Geralt stepped between them and said 3 nights. "One has passed," Vey said. "No bodies," Geralt said. Vey looked at him with ancient hunger held behind a face that had remembered courtesy and found it burdensome, and said she had burned his records. Geralt said he had copies. Vey said she had used men as kindling. Geralt said they were still alive. "One is." Geralt drew the silver sword halfway and firelight ran along the blade. Vey watched the metal emerge. For several breaths, the river town narrowed around them. Burning roof behind, black water below, frightened men holding buckets they had forgotten to pass. At last Vey turned away and told him to find Sarah before sunset. "Why sunset?" Geralt asked. "Because she knows where I dine on Wednesdays." Geralt pushed the sword back into its sheath and asked what was there. Vey stepped into the smoke drifting from the toll house. The third name? Oudrin Vey dined each Wednesday in a private room above the Black Heron, an inn built where the river bent around a low island of willow and mud. The room had 1 window, 1 door, and a narrow balcony over the water. The sort of place chosen by men who disliked surprises and trusted architecture more than people. Geralt arrived before sunset. The innkeeper led him upstairs without asking whether he had come to eat. A round man with a narrow mustache and the mournful expression of someone who had spent years serving stew to customers who expected miracles from turnips. Master Vey reserved the room until midnight, he said, every Wednesday for 17 years. Roast duck pears, black bread, 1 bottle of red. "He eats," Geralt said. The innkeeper hesitated on the landing and said that he orders. That wasn't the question. "He cuts the duck," the innkeeper said, "moves it about, sends half back." "Wasteful?" He pays for all of it. Respectable, then. The room faced west, and the evening light lay red on the river below, catching the barges as they drifted down toward the bridge. A table had been set for two, though Vey had mentioned no company. 2 knives, 2 cups, 2 folded napkins. Someone had put a bowl of white roses beneath the window, and Geralt went through them stem by stem. Cut that afternoon, no wire, no powder, no hidden glass among the petals. The water smelled faintly of vinegar. The balcony door stood open. He stepped out and looked down at the river moving 12 feet below, slow, where it pushed against the inn's pilings, and quicker out toward the island. A skiff could pass under the balcony without being seen from the street. On the opposite bank, the willow branches hung thick enough to hide an archer or half a dozen poor decisions. He came back inside and closed the shutters while a clock in the common room struck the half-hour. He searched the walls, the floor, the table. A silver pin had been driven into the underside of Vey's chair, set to pierce the hand of anyone gripping the seat as they rose. The wine bottle held no poison, though the wax around the cork had been softened and resealed. Beneath the balcony threshold, he found a thin cord running into the wall, and he followed it along the skirting to a loose panel beside the hearth. Behind the wood sat a small crossbow, cocked and aimed at the table, its bolt made of glass and wrapped in silver thread. The trigger cord ended at the balcony latch. Anyone opening that door from inside would put the bolt through Vey's back. Geralt cut the cord. "Disappointing," said a woman behind him. He turned and found Sarah Venn in the doorway, a plain gray dress, under a dark traveling cloak, no veil over her face now. The scar ran from her left nostril to the corner of her mouth, pulling the lip slightly upward, giving her expression a permanent trace of contempt. White streaked her hair at the temples. She held a small knife in one hand and the innkeeper's room key in the other. Geralt looked past her to the empty landing and said she'd come quietly. She answered that she knew which board creaked, and when he said she had been here before, she said many Wednesdays, and closed the door and locked it. He stayed by the hearth. His swords were within reach, though the room gave him little ground to draw either cleanly. She admitted the crossbow readily enough, and when he called the angle poor, she told him it had been meant to wound. He said she'd had several chances to kill Vey. She said she had had none. Silver dust dropped him off a roof, Geralt said, and Sarah said, for 3 breaths. Long enough for most men. Most men do not rise with new skin. She set the key on the table. Her gaze went over the altered latch, the cut cord, the silver pin lying beside the plates, and she told him he was thorough. He said he disliked being shot during supper. "You were not invited," she said. He nodded at the table. "There are 2 settings. One is always for me," she said. The light outside dropped another shade. Below, plates clattered and a serving girl laughed at something too faint to make out. Geralt said, "You were Vey's physician?" 9 years, she said. He asked what she had treated, and she said, "Those he injured." "He kills cleanly," Geralt said, and she said now, and walked to the window and opened one shutter. He watched her hand the whole way. No signal followed. No bow rose among the willows. "When I met him," she said, "he had lived alone in the marshes for 40 years. He fed when hunger took him, and left whatever remained for wolves. He had forgotten speech in 3 tongues and manners in all of them." "Hard to imagine," Geralt said. "No," she said. "You merely met him after the lessons." He said she had taught the vampire courtesy.
She said she had taught him proportion. Geralt glanced at the second place setting and asked whether they still dined together. "We did," she said. "Until your husband," he said, and her scar tightened as she told him he knew that much. "Ve speaks more when burned," Geralt said. "He always disliked flame," she said, and when Geralt said most creatures do, she shook her head slightly. "Ve remembers the first cities of men as smoking walls. Fire is less simple for him. There was no sound outside the room, but the fine hairs along Geralt's forearms lifted, and a trace of cold cedar came in under the door. Ve was in the inn. Sarah followed Geralt's attention and smiled with one side of her mouth, saying the vampire was early. "You planned for that," Geralt said. She shook her head. She'd planned for habit, and habit had arrived ahead of itself. He moved closer to the table. "Who is the third name?" Sarah drew the chair opposite Ve's place back, but did not sit. "Master Corin Vale," she said. "The miller killed this afternoon," Geralt said, and she said he had been alive when she came here. Geralt's hand stopped above the silver pin. "Where?" he said. "His house beyond the north gate." "Why is he on Ve's list?" "He isn't." Footsteps came up the stairs, slow and even and unhurried, and Sarah turned her head toward the door. "Explain." The gray ledger contained 3 names, Peln, Vale, and a warehouse keeper named Drost, all marked with circles copied by another hand. "You forged the entries," Geralt said, and she said yes. He asked why those men. Peln approved Talvek's false records, she said. Drost moved the bodies. Vale knew and stayed silent. "Silence isn't murder," Geralt said. Ve agreed, she said. The footsteps reached the landing. Geralt drew the silver sword and held it low beside his leg, saying Vale was innocent of killing, and Sarah said, "In Ve's judgment." "And now?" Geralt said. She looked toward the door. "Now he is dead." The latch turned and did not open. Ve stood on the other side of the wood. "Geralt, move away from her." Sarah laid her knife on the table. Geralt called back through the door, asking if he had found Vale, and after a pause, Ve said yes. "How?" Geralt asked. "Throat opened," Ve said. "Blood removed, 3 coins beneath the tongue." Nobody in the room moved. Sarah folded her hands and said, "Come in." The lock snapped. Ve entered without touching it, in a dark coat and fresh gloves, no wound showing from the silver blast at the toll house. Though his face had lost its polished calm, his eyes went first to Sarah, then to Geralt's drawn sword, then to the second cup waiting at the table. "You preserved the arrangement," Sarah said. "He had no reason to change it," he said. 17 years is a reason, only to those with little time. He closed the door behind him. Geralt stepped between them, and the vampire looked at him and asked whether he had seen the body. "No," Geralt said. "Then do not obstruct me. Was it your work?" Ve's gaze hardened. "No." Sarah laughed softly without any amusement in it. "She copied your ritual," Geralt said. "The wound, the coins, the cleaned clothing." "I assumed as much," Ve said. "You assumed quickly. I know her handwriting." Sarah touched the edge of the plate and told him he had always preferred evidence when it agreed with him. Then Ve moved. Geralt barely caught the first step. One moment the vampire stood by the door, the next he was near enough for the silver point to press against his breastbone. He had stopped himself. Geralt had not. The blade smoked faintly where it met the cloth, and Ve looked down at it and told him to remove it. "No, you believe I killed Vale. You believe I believe you want to kill Sarah. That was not the question." Useful answer. Sarah watched them with her head tilted a little. Ve's fingers flexed once at his sides,
and he said Sarah had murdered Vale to put blood beneath his rule.
Did you see her do it? Geralt asked. No. Then your evidence is poor. She told you. She told me she forged the ledger, Geralt said. She didn't confess to Vale. Sarah's scarred mouth curved. A careful distinction. Geralt glanced at her and told her not to enjoy it. She said she had earned very little enjoyment. Vay's eyes never left her. Where is Drost? He said. Alive, Sarah said. For how long? That depends on you. The vampire's face changed by degrees, the jaw tightening first, then the eyes darkening, their gray sinking beneath, widening black. His coat hung differently from his shoulders, as though the body inside it had grown without disturbing a single seam. Geralt pressed the blade harder and the silver burned through the cloth, and Vay looked at him then and said he could not protect her. Not forever? Not for one breath, if I choose. Then choose and find out what the next breath costs. The room smelled of scorched wool. Below, someone started up on a fiddle, stumbled at the third measure, recovered, and carried on with stubborn cheer. Sarah drew the second chair back and sat. Still circling, she said. Both of you. One around a rule, the other around a sword. Vay's voice came softer. You killed Vale? No. Who did? The man you taught to imitate you. For the first time, uncertainty crossed the vampire's face, and Geralt caught it. Name, he said. Sarah reached for the wine bottle. Vay's hand struck the table. He did not appear to move at all. The wood simply split beneath his palm, plates leaping, the bottle falling and bursting red across the boards. Sarah did not flinch. Name, Vay repeated. Drost. Geralt looked between them. Warehouse keeper. Talvek's warehouse keeper, Sarah said. He watched Vay kill the tanner last winter, followed him to the bridge, learned the coins, the wounds, the careful washing afterward. Vay stared at her, and Geralt watched the understanding arrive on his face a beat before he said it aloud, that she'd known. She corrected him mildly, saying she had only suspected, and that from the night Drost hired the men to burn the toll house. Geralt asked why she'd forged Drost's name in the ledger, and she said it was to make Vay hunt him. He asked about Vale, and she said to give Drost a victim. The logic turned in the room like a blade finding light. Drost killed Vale wearing Vay's ritual, Geralt said, then meant Vay to kill him before he could speak. Sarah lifted her empty cup, tilting it so the dregs caught the lamp. A fine arrangement. Everyone proves what someone else claims.
Vay took one step back from the silver point and asked where the man was. The old tannery on the eastern bank, she told him. He asked if Drost was waiting there, and she said hiding, and Vay said the two were the same thing, badly done, and turned toward the door. Geralt caught his sleeve. The vampire looked down at the hand for a long moment before he looked up, and by then Geralt had already said they were going together. Vay refused. Geralt told him that killing Drost handed Sarah the win, and Vay said she had won enough already. Geralt said Drost speaks first, and Vay's teeth showed. That man helped Talvek bury 3 bodies, he said, and Geralt said that he also knew who sent the Katakan. I know who sent it. Sarah shook her head. No, Odrin. You know who wished to be blamed. Vay faced her again. She rose slowly, keeping both hands where the lamplight could reach them. I hired the men at the toll house, she said. I forged the ledger. I built the mill trap. I did not send the Katakan, and I did not kill Vale. He asked why he should believe her, and she said he never had when it mattered. The words struck more cleanly than the silver, and Vay went still.
Geralt lowered the sword an inch, enough to alter the balance without surrendering it, and said the name Drost, and after it, alive. Vay's eyes stayed on Sarah. And her? She stays, Geralt told him, and when Vay said she would flee, Geralt took the iron room key from the table and threw it through the broken window, and the river swallowed it without much of a sound. Sarah watched it go and observed dryly that the door no longer had a lock. Geralt picked up the silver pin and drove it through the latch into the frame, splintering the old wood. Now it does. Vay looked at the crude fastening and said it would not hold her.
It doesn't need to, Geralt said, and crossed to the hearth and pulled the concealed glass bolt from the small crossbow and broke its tip over the threshold so that silver powder spilled across the doorway in a pale, gritty line. Sarah's expression cooled. He said she'd suspected. She said she'd prepared. For Odrin, he said. Preparation lacks loyalty, she said. The vampire studied the silver line. She can cross it. Yes. It will burn her. Yes. Sarah looked from one to the other and remarked that their truce was growing charming. Geralt sheathed the sword and told her to wait, and Vay opened the balcony door. The stairs are nearer, Geralt said. I remember, Vay answered, stepping up onto the railing. Geralt followed him out and said no killing. Vay looked across at the eastern bank, where the abandoned tannery rose beyond the bridge as a black shape against the last red light, and told him he was repeating himself. And Geralt said that was because he kept considering it. A bell rang once over the town. Vay smiled without warmth and dropped. Geralt vaulted the rail after him, caught the inn sign by its iron bracket, swung down to the quay, and landed beside a startled mule that skittered on the wet stone. Vay stood 10 paces ahead, waiting. It was the first courtesy of the evening Geralt trusted. The old tannery had been abandoned long enough for the river to begin taking it apart. Its lower wall leaned over the eastern bank, patched with moss and dark stains left by years of hides, blood and lye, and half the roof had fallen inward. The yard beyond the gate was crowded with broken vats, nettles, and racks, stripped bare by winter winds. No lamp showed at the windows, though smoke rose from the chimney in a thin, deliberate thread. Geralt stopped beneath the arch. Vay had reached the gate first and stood with one hand resting on the warped timber, head tilted toward the upper floor, listening. How many? Geralt asked, and Vay said 1 heartbeat. Drost, then? Perhaps? Anyone without one? Vay glanced at him and said that the question was an improvement. Geralt drew the silver sword. The gate creaked when Vay pushed it, loud enough to wake anything that had survived the tannery's smell. And a yard dog lay dead beside the well, with its fur stiff with rain. No bite marked it. Geralt crouched, touched the tongue, and smelled bitter almond beneath the rot. Poison, he said, and Vay said Drost feared a noise. And Geralt said, or wanted them to think so. Vay stepped past the dog and told him he had acquired his habits. I'm trying to avoid the rest. They crossed between the vats. Rainwater filled some to the rim, while others held black crusts of old dye and scraps of hide that had hardened into curled shapes like burned leaves. A narrow line of fresh ash lay along the ground between 2 sheds, and Geralt touched it with the sword tip and named it Silver Filings. For me, Vay said, walk around. How humiliating. You'll recover. Vay took the longer path without further complaint. The tannery door stood ajar and Geralt pushed it open with his boot. Inside, the air had the close, greasy weight of a cellar where nothing clean had ever happened. Hooks
hung from the ceiling beams, and beneath them stood long tables, scarred by knives and darkened by years of use. A lantern burned at the far end, and Drost sat beneath it, a broad man with thinning hair and a face crowded by old pox scars, one hand resting on the table, the other holding a skinning knife against his own wrist. Around him lay 3 bodies, Talvek's steward, the Reeve's missing clerk, and a woman Geralt recognized from the dyer's row. All were alive. Their hands had been bound behind them, and cords ran from their necks through iron rings fixed to the floor, each cord joining a single rope that passed over a ceiling beam and ended in Drost's fist. If he released it, the weighted bar above them would fall and tighten all 3 nooses. "Stop there," Drost said. Geralt stopped. Ve did not. The knife bit into Drost's wrist, and blood welled, and the vampire halted. Drost's breath came quickly, though his hand remained steady, and he said he knew what Ve was. Ve looked at the blood with no expression at all. "You know several words," he said. "Do not mistake the achievement." Drost licked the sweat from his upper lip and said, "One more step, and they hang." Geralt examined the room. The ceiling beam carrying the rope was thick, old oak, and the weighted bar hung above the prisoners on a peg that could be withdrawn from Drost's side of the table. A row of jars stood behind him. Silver salts, lamp oil, powdered lime, enough to turn the room into pain, fire, and confusion. The rear door was barred from within. 2 upper windows had been boarded. Ve stood to Geralt's left, farther from Drost, nearer the prisoners, his hands empty and his eyes not human. Geralt said Drost had killed Vale, and Drost smiled without showing teeth and said he deserved it. For silence, Geralt asked, "For choosing the wrong master." Ve's voice lowered and he said, "You watched me?" "Years," Drost said. "From where?" "Bridges, warehouses, roofs." He swallowed and the knife pressed deeper. "You thought no one saw. You took men the town wanted gone and made yourself judge." "I took murderers," Ve said. "You took work from better men?" Geralt glanced at Ve. The vampire's face had become very still. "Sarah hired you?" Geralt asked, and Drost's eyes shifted to him. "She hired fools," he said. "I used them. The catacomb? I fed it." "With what? Names, blood, faces. Why point it toward the Reeve? Peln had keys. And Vale?" Drost's smile widened, and he said, "Vale knew where Talvek buried the washerwoman, that he could have spoken and didn't, and that he'd given him the same end as the others." "You copied Ve's ritual," Geralt said. "I improved it." The vampire moved half a step, and Drost jerked the rope. The weighted bar dropped an inch, and all 3 prisoners gagged as the cords tightened. Geralt held out one hand. "Odrin." Ve stopped. Drost stared at him. The use of the name had landed where Geralt intended. The vampire's attention shifted by a fraction, enough to show Drost that the Witcher could restrain him, and enough to show Ve that Geralt had chosen to do it in front of prey. A poor bargain for pride, and a useful one for time. Geralt looked at the prisoners. The Reeve's clerk had managed to work one knee beneath him. The woman from the dyer's row kept her eyes fixed on the weighted bar above. Talvek's steward stared only at Ve. "Why these 3?" Geralt asked, and Drost said they helped Talvek. The clerk altered entries, the woman washed blood from sailcloth, the steward paid boatmen to keep quiet. Did they kill anyone? Drost laughed and asked if he was still counting. Ve answered before Geralt could. Yes. The single word carried no heat. It did not need any.
Drost's fingers trembled around the rope, and he said that was Vey's weakness. No, Vey said, it is why you are still speaking. Geralt shifted his footing. The floor under him was damp and tilted a little toward a drain, and a shallow channel ran from the tables to a grating near the wall. Old tannery design, cut so blood would go that way. Fresh oil gleamed along the length of it. Drost had laid his fire in advance. Geralt's eyes went to the lantern, and Drost caught the movement. You cast flame, the floor burns. You throw wind, the lantern falls. You rush me, they hang. He said it flatly, the way a man recites a list he has checked twice. Good planning. I learned from watching you. Then you missed the part where plans become embarrassing. Drost lifted the knife away from his own wrist and leveled it at Vey and told the Witcher he could have him, take him, go on. Geralt said nothing. I know the contract, Drost went on. Town paid for the river fiend. There he stands. Vey smiled faintly at that, which was the first civil expression he had worn since walking into the tannery, and asked whether all this had been arranged to make a Witcher kill him. To make him choose. Geralt looked at the three prisoners, at the rope, the lantern, the jars, the blood sliding down Drost's hand. Then he looked at Vey. The vampire's hunger showed in the tendons of his neck, and in the black depth of his eyes, and in the way the room had gone too small around him, and still he waited. Drost saw waiting and took it for victory, and started listing remedies. Silver could hurt him, fire slowed him, cut off the head, burn the body, scatter what was left, while Vey regarded him almost kindly and said he had been listening to peasants. I saw you fall. You saw me become irritated. Drost's face tightened. Geralt took one step toward the table, and the knife came back to the rope with a word, back, and Geralt stopped and remarked that he was bleeding badly. Drost glanced down at his wrist, only for an instant, and Geralt threw the silver sword. It did not strike Drost. The blade cut through the lantern chain, and glass and flame dropped onto the table. Drost shouted and hauled the rope by reflex, but the falling lantern hit the jars behind him first, and powdered lime burst upward in a white cloud while the fire found the oil channel and ran away from the prisoners in one bright rushing line. Vey vanished. Drost let go of the rope to cover his face, and the weighted bar fell. Geralt cast Ard upward. The blast took the beam rather than the bar, tearing the iron rings out of rotten wood, and the noose ropes went slack as the whole arrangement crashed sideways, missing the prisoners by inches and burying the table under oak and sparks. Drost stumbled through the white dust, blind, coughing, and Vey caught him. The vampire came out of the smoke against the wall, with one hand closed round Drost's chest and the other round his jaw. His burned coat smoked at the hem, lime whitened his hair, and the face beneath it had lost every last trace of a clerk. Drost made a sound like a door hinge. Geralt crossed the room through the fire, took up the fallen silver sword, and drove its point in between Vey's hands. The blade touched Drost's throat. It also touched Vey's wrist, and silver burned both. Vey hissed. Alive, Geralt said. Vey told him the man had killed Vale alive, that he had fed men to a Katakan, still alive. Drost clawed at the hand, crushing his chest, and got out one word, Witcher, and was told to be quiet. Vey's fingers tightened and bone creaked, and Geralt turned the blade so the silver edge bit deeper into the vampire's wrist, smoke rising thin between them. Odrin. The black eyes fixed on his. The room roared with fire.
Behind Geralt, the Reeves clerk was coughing while the dire woman dragged herself toward the door with her hands still bound, and Talvek's steward lay frozen under a fallen rope. Vay's teeth lengthened, and he said Geralt could not keep him, didn't need to keep him. He would escape judgment, then they would make escape difficult. Drost gave a broken laugh. Town court? Peln's court? Geralt did not look away from Vay. They had his confession, 3 witnesses, records at the toll house that had survived. Some survived, Vay said. Enough. And if the bench freed him? The question came softly, and it was the old game again, back at its center with fire all around it and a murderer held between them. The rule, the contract, evidence weighed against appetite. Geralt lowered his voice. Then you tell me before correcting the error. Vay stared at him. Drost trembled between them, blood running down his wrist and onto the vampire's glove. At last, Vay opened his hand. Drost fell, and Geralt struck him across the temple with the pommel. Before he reached the floor, the man collapsed under the broken table. For several breaths, neither witcher nor vampire moved. Then the roof groaned. Out, Geralt said. Vay looked toward the prisoners. The dire woman had got as far as the door, but could not lift the bar with bound hands, and the fire had climbed the wall behind her. Vay crossed the room, tore the bar free, and lifted all 3 of them like a man gathering cloaks off a bench. Talvek's steward screamed when he understood whose arm was holding him, and Vay told him to save his breath. He might need it for testimony. Geralt dragged Drost by the collar, and they reached the yard as the tannery roof came down behind them. Sparks rose over the river. The old vats caught one after another and filled the air with the stench of burned hide and chemicals. Geralt dropped Drost beside the well and bound his hands with the noose rope, while Vay set the prisoners down near the gate. The Reeves clerk crawled away at once. The dire woman stayed where she was, sitting staring at the vampire. Talvek's steward began to pray. Vay looked toward the western bank. The town bells were ringing, and not for the fire. A red glow had come up beyond the bridge, low among the riverside houses. Geralt followed his gaze. The black heron was burning. Vay's expression changed. Sarah, he said, and the word held fear at last. And he ran. Geralt tightened the knot on Drost's wrists, shouted to the freed clerk to fetch the watch, and followed the vampire toward the bridge, while flames climbed around the room where they had left Sira behind. The black heron burned from the upper windows first. Flame rolled beneath the roof and burst out through the shutters of Odrin's private room, carrying white rose petals into the night as black-edged scraps. Guests shoved through the lower door coughing, clutching cloaks and cups, and the innkeeper stood in the street shouting contradictory orders, while 2 serving girls threw river water at a wall the fire had not yet reached. Geralt crossed the bridge behind Vay. The vampire moved badly. He was still faster than any man Geralt had seen, and yet his stride broke twice, each stumble barely visible before speed swallowed it again. Silver dust was still in the wounds beneath his coat. Fire from the tannery had taken the hair off one side of his head. He should have stopped to heal, and he did not. At the inn, Vay seized the outer wall and climbed it, fingers driving into the timber, boots striking the plaster once, and then he was over the burning balcony and gone through the flames. Geralt went in below. Smoke filled the common room to the height of his chest. Tables had been overturned in the rush, and spilled wine burned in shallow blue lines across the boards.
A man lay under a fallen bench near the hearth, stunned, bleeding from the brow, and Geralt hauled him clear and asked if there was anyone upstairs. The man coughed out that there was a woman, gray dress. Who set the fire? He hadn't seen.
Useful evening. He pushed the man toward the door and made for the stairs. A burning chair came down them. Geralt caught the railing, swung out of its path, and climbed on through the sparks. The upper passage had become a throat of flame. Doors standing open on both sides, bed curtains burning, smoke pressing along the ceiling in a black rolling mass that hid the rafters. At the far end, Vey tore the door off the private room. The silver pin Geralt had driven through the latch still held a splinter of frame. The powder across the threshold had been scattered. Ciri was gone. Vey stood in the room while fire crawled the walls around him. The table had split. Wine boiled in a dark pool across the floor. On the windowsill lay a strip of gray cloth and 3 copper coins. Geralt came in and asked whether she had crossed the silver, and Vey said yes, and Geralt said she'd have burned. She did. Vey picked up the cloth. One edge of it was dark with blood. From the street below came a scream, and both of them turned toward the balcony. A body hung from the inn sign by a rope round its waist. The wounded attacker from the toll house swinging above the crowd, alive and kicking, with a parchment nailed to his coat. Vey dropped from the balcony. Geralt followed by the stairs, which was slower and less damaging to the street. By the time he reached the doorway, Vey had cut the man down, and the attacker lay choking on the stones while the vampire tore the parchment free. Geralt took it out of his hand. One line had been written across the page. The last correction waits where the river is wade. The toll house, Geralt said, and Vey looked east without needing to be told twice. Beyond the bridge, the burned building stood dark, roof half gone, windows open to the night. One clerk had died there. Records had been stolen there. It was the first place Ciri had tried to turn Vey's restraint into evidence against him, and now she wanted the game ended on ground they both knew by touch. Geralt folded the parchment and said she was leading him, and Vey said he knew, and when Geralt observed that he was still going anyway, the vampire's yes came without wait or hesitation. Good. Saves an argument. Vey's eyes shifted toward him. You may remain. So may you. The vampire's mouth moved slightly, almost the expression he had worn over bad wine. Then the wounded attacker gasped that she had taken the reeve. Geralt crouched beside him in the wet grass and got the rest of it in pieces. After you left, 2 men with her said the Witcher needed him. And when he asked whether Pelin had gone willingly, the man managed a thin laugh and began coughing again. Vey was already walking toward the bridge. Geralt caught up beneath the market bell and told him there would be no killing until they knew the ground. Vey said she had Pelin. Geralt said he had marked Pelin, and Vey agreed. And Geralt said she wanted him to kill the man, and Vey agreed to that as well. And that doesn't trouble you? It troubles me precisely enough. The toll house smelled of soaked ash. Moonlight came through the broken roof and lay across the upper floor, in pale bars, in burned ledgers, covered the boards, curling underfoot. Someone had removed the dead attacker Vey had questioned earlier, though a dark mark remained where his head had rested. The room looked empty. Geralt stopped on the stairs.
Vey stood beside him listening and said there was one heartbeat. Geralt asked if it was Peln. Too steady, the vampire said. A voice came from the rear chamber. You always did count. Sarah stepped into the moonlight. Her gray dress had burned black along one side, and blisters crossed her throat where she had passed through the silver at the inn. She held no bow, no knife. Both hands were open. Reeve Peln sat bound to a chair behind her, face bruised, a silver wire circling his neck and running upward through a roof beam. The other end descended behind Sarah into a small iron cage filled with stones, and a lever protruded from the cage. Geralt looked at the arrangement and read it the way he read a fresh trail. Pull the lever, and the stones would fall, and the wire would close. Cut the wire at Peln's throat, and the tension might tear it through the flesh before the blade severed it. The cage stood close enough to Sarah for Vey to reach, which was likely the point. You could have left, Geralt said. Sarah looked at him. So could either of you. Vey entered the room, and Geralt stayed half a step behind him. Sarah's gaze moved over the burned coat and the healing seams across the vampire's face, and she told him he was untidy. He said he had had an inconvenient week. She said he had had an honest one. Peln made a muffled sound through his gag. Geralt circled toward the left wall. Sarah watched him and said there were silver wires beneath the ash, and he stopped. With the tip of his sword, he stirred the blackened papers, and a faint metallic gleam crossed the floor in a web of loops, anchored to iron nails. A snare for Vey, another for anyone moving too quickly. He asked if she had built it alone, and she said no, and when he offered Drost's name, she said the man had built what she asked and what he had imagined for himself, because men often improve plans in the direction of stupidity. Geralt said Drost had killed Vale. She agreed. He said she had known he would, and she said she had known he might. Vey's face hardened, and Sarah saw it. There, that small movement. You judge me. You gave him the ground. You gave Talvek 7 years. Peln began struggling in the chair, and the wire tightened enough to draw a bright line of blood around his neck. Geralt said, Still, and Peln froze. Sarah rested one hand near the lever and said his name, Odrin, and told him he had marked the reeve. He said he had. She said, Peln approved the records. He said, Peln concealed murder. She said, and escaped judgment. He said for 7 years. Then correct him. Vey took another step. Silver wire rose from the ash around his boot, and Geralt caught his shoulder and pulled, and the loop snapped tight where his ankle had been, lashing around a charred table leg and slicing halfway through the wood. Vey looked down at Geralt's hand. Careful, Geralt told him. I was, said the vampire. You were angry. A temporary condition. Sarah smiled through the scar. You have grown fond of him. No, Vey said. He is simply difficult to replace. Geralt released his shoulder. Peln lives. Sarah speaks. Then we decide who deserves a blade. You already know, she replied. I know what you arranged. I don't know who killed the clerk in the toll house. Sarah's expression changed, small, sharp. Geralt saw it and said that it hadn't been her then, and she said no. He said Drost, and she said no again. Vey turned his head toward the rear wall where something scraped inside it. Geralt drew silver as the plaster burst outward and the catacomb came through in a storm of lime and splintered lath. It had survived the wound upstairs. Poorly. One side of its neck hung open where Geralt's sword had struck, so the head leaned at an angle, and its face changed as it moved, cycling through Peln, Talvek, Sarah, and a dozen strangers, each shape half-formed and wet with black blood. It struck Vey first. The higher vampire caught it by both wrists, but the impact drove him backward into the silver wires, which snapped around his legs and chest, and smoke rose from his coat. The catacon screamed into his face, and Vey answered with a sound too deep for the room. Sarah pulled the lever. Geralt threw the silver sword, and the blade struck the iron cage and wedged between the bars before the stones dropped, and the mechanism shuddered and held. Pellin's wire tightened, then stopped. The catacon tore one hand free and raked Vey's face. Geralt crossed the room without a sword, stepping between two silver loops, and seized a burned ledger and flung its ash into the creature's eyes. It recoiled blindly. Vey broke its arm and the bone came through the skin. Sarah reached for the lever again, and Geralt kicked the chair beneath Peln. It tipped sideways, and the reeve crashed to the floor, taking the wire out of line with the roof beam, and the noose slackened enough for him to breathe. The catacon vanished. Geralt heard it land above and looked up, and it dropped from the broken roof directly towards Sarah. She did not move quickly enough. Vey did. The silver wires burned through his clothes as he tore free, and he crossed the room and struck the catacon aside before its claws reached her throat. The creature hit the wall, rebounded, and buried its teeth in his shoulder. Vey drove both hands beneath its ribs. For an instant they stood locked together, one ancient and controlled, the other starving and ruined. Then Vey pulled, and the catacon came apart at the chest, and black blood struck the walls. Its upper body fell beside the reeve. The lower half collapsed near the stairs, legs kicking until the moonlight touched them. Vey stood over the pieces. Sarah backed away. He turned toward her, and the courtesy was gone. His face had lengthened, eyes wholly black, mouth opened around narrow teeth, blood running from his shoulder, his cheek and the silver cuts across his chest, the wounds closing as he moved. Sarah reached for the lever. Geralt pulled the silver sword from the cage and stepped into Vey's path, and the vampire came on until the blade touched him. "Move," he said. Geralt said no. "She brought it here," Vey said. "It killed the clerk," Geralt answered. "She fed it names?" "Drost did. She began this." "Yes." Sarah's hand rested on the lever. Geralt did not look at her. "Take your hand away." She hesitated. "Now." Her fingers lifted. Vey's breath came slowly, though he had no need of it. "You protect her again." "I'm protecting the man tied to the chair. Peln is guilty. Then he can live long enough to hear it said." The black eyes narrowed. Geralt shifted the sword point toward Vey's heart, knowing what it would do. Hurt him, perhaps slow him, and nothing more than that. Vey knew it too, and Geralt knew he knew, and the room tightened around the knowledge. "Blink," Sarah whispered. Vey looked at her. Geralt moved first, driving Ard into the broken roof, and the remaining beam gave way, and timber, tiles, and moonlit dust crashed down between them. The vampire turned by instinct, shielding his face from falling stone, while Geralt struck the silver wire from Peln's throat, severed it, and dragged the chair toward the stairs. Sarah ran for the rear opening. Vey emerged through the dust behind her. Geralt caught a hanging toll chain and swung it across his path, and the iron links wrapped around the vampire's arm and pulled him sideways into the weighing frame. Vey tore the chain free. Geralt cast Yrden beneath the ash.
The sign flared purple across the floor, its lines cutting through the silver web, and Vay's movement slowed for one heartbeat, his shape sharpening inside the trap, as though the night itself had tightened around him. It was enough. Geralt got to Sarah first and laid the sword across her throat, and the single word he gave her, "Stop," was enough to stop her. Vay came out of the Yrden with blood on his teeth. Geralt turned the blade so its edge stayed against Sarah's neck while the point came around to face the vampire, and said only that it was his choice. Vay stood in the middle of the ash and the broken beams and the two halves of the catacomb, and he watched Sarah's pulse ticking against the silver, watched it for a long moment before his gaze climbed to Geralt's. One breath, another. Then the darkness went out of his eyes, his jaw shortened, the teeth drew back behind bloodless lips, and something ancient and furious folded itself up again, carefully, painfully, into the shape of a civil man. He blinked. Geralt lowered the sword. Sarah laughed once, weakly, and Vay looked at her with a face more tired than wounded, and told her she'd wanted proof, and she agreed that she had, and he said she had it now. She glanced down at the blade still hanging near her throat, and asked proof of what? That I should have killed your husband. Silence went through the ruined toll house. Then Vay stepped past her and cut Peln's bonds, and the reeve crawled away over the scorched boards with a hand clamped to his bleeding neck. Geralt sheathed the silver. Below them, watchmen were shouting from the quay, lanterns coming across the bridge. Drost's surviving prisoners had talked, and quickly. Sarah leaned back against the broken wall and asked what happened now. Vay straightened the torn cuff of his coat and told her she testified. When she asked what came after that, he said the bench would judge Drost, Peln, and her. She looked almost amused and asked whether he trusted the bench. No. Geralt gathered the 3 copper coins out of the ash and set them in Vay's burned palm, and the vampire closed his fingers on them. "Tell me before you correct the error," Geralt said. Vay looked off toward the river, where dawn had started to pale the eastern water and suggested Wednesday next. Geralt glanced at the smoke still going up from the Black Heron and told him to find better wine. Vay's mouth curved faintly. "I know a place with 2 doors."